Whose trailer was that that blew away?
I'm not sure who it belonged to anymore.
I said it was for sale or something. I don't know.
I know a couple of people over the years that have lived there, but I don't know.
Right next to the mansion.
That was down on the next block on the corner.
So she moved into the direction of the supervisor. I think she actually will be the
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I first shot through there, so. Oh. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God, we thank you for the signs of spring we see, and for you to guide us as we make decisions today for the county. We ask that you watch over our home, protect the people of the county. Praise you.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we approve meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye. The motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $187,732.11.
I'll second. Any more discussion on that? Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Got 3 abatements. The total change in tax from that is a negative 132.80.
I'll make a motion that we approve abatements 2022-887 through 889 for a change of negative $132.80.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anything else right off the bat?
No.
What about you, Gary?
Nothing that can't wait till a little later.
Galen?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Happy April. Our volume's been up a little bit the last week or so. Still working to recruit for the open paramedic position. And that's, haven't had any progress with it, but the pool of applicants is just small and we know it's going to take time. Filling our last paramedic position that we were able to fill took a substantial amount of time. But we're doing what we can in terms of, boosting the job postings online and things like that to try to get as much traction as possible. So that's kind of one of the main things we're working on. This next week, I'll have all the data for March broken down by the districts. I think that's all I have, all we're working on. Anything for me?
Thank you, Galen.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
Galen.
You too.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. Giving you the run totals for last week. We had 21 incidents. Last week brings our total to 115. Kind of a busy end of the week and weekend. We did issue some burn bans a couple of days. I think that kind of helped cut down on some of that. Had an event on Thursday with some local farmers about burning pastures that the USDA had set up. Kind of talked about maybe changing the burn permit process and stuff and got some feedback on that. It went really well. Kind of went over the rules of burning in Linn County with this group. Other than that, I don't have anything. You guys have any questions this morning?
I don't have anything.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Kevin?
Morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. The numbers this week currently have 46 inmates in. Had 9 releases this past week, 46 total prisoners, with 28 of those are farmed in. Right now I have farm-ins from Wyandotte and Federal Service. 140 911 calls, which that was up, I think 36 from last week. Attribute a lot of that to probably a lot of burning in the county. As well as 650 total calls for service. We'd attribute that to a lot of burning in the county too, because every time those folks are calling in, we open a call for service for that situation in case there's a subsequent response to that. And I think we had quite a few of those this week where we had controlled burns that became uncontrolled burns. So a lot of that's coming into dispatch and being handled there. But still yet, that was well over 100 up from 100 calls for service up from last week. So that's quite an increase. 5 civil service papers served, 2 VIN inspections, 16 new cases open. Those are criminal, child needed care types of stuff like that. And then 5 cases closed. The Sheriff's Office worked 3 vehicle crashes, had 158 activities in the school, 111 contacts at the front door of the court by bailiffs. 20 of those resulted in calls for service where they were coming in for something other than court, needed a deputy's assistance, and 6 livestock out calls. We're going to start in this next week or two with an increase in inmate population where we'll be taking in some more federal inmates. We'll probably go up somewhere between 5 and 10 to increase that load a little bit. All of our processes in the jail are becoming more normal now, so we'll start increasing those inmate rates. Probably in the next 2 weeks, I've talked to the Marshal Service this morning about increasing that 5, and then we'll look at increase maybe in the next 4 weeks for another 5. So we'll start slowly building that program so we can kind of get into those second quarter numbers that we were looking at. Kind of excited about that. Right now, we're about 5 down for normal Wyandotte County holding. That's just because of their court schedules and stuff. So I would anticipate we'll bring 5 more in from Wyandotte County to kind of stay at that 20 rate, just so we have some diversity in our holding, where we're not holding all for one facility, but we'll be, running. We'll probably be going to approximately 20 feds and approximately 20 Wyandottes for a total of 40 in-house farm ends in the next, I would say we'll achieve that in the next month probably. And then we'll reevaluate and see where we go from there to get closer to that federal contract. So other news, CHC, we lost our medical assistant that was assigned to our facility. So CHC has done interviews for a new medical assistant to bring in for a 40-hour medical assistant. Right now, we're sharing between Bourbon, Cherokee, and Crawford County. I know today our medical assistant is from Crawford County that just came in to work this morning. So they're keeping it staffed. It's just that we've lost our primary. So I know they've done interviews. They've done several interviews this past week, and I think they have a decision made. They just haven't pulled the trigger on that yet, or haven't been able to for whatever reason. But I think that's about all I have. If the commission has anything for me.
I don't have anything. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Really quick, I got a phone call from Tanner Ogden, which he works for the sheriff's department, but this is totally separate from the sheriff's department. He works at the STARS program too, there in Pleasanton. And I think he does I could be wrong, he does something with the criminal justice or something. So, and he wanted to know what our thought on was maybe allowing the STAR program and himself to go over and execute a warrant on the jail as using the dwelling as like a prop, so they can, see how, firsthand how that goes.
Like a search warrant or
Yeah, he's-
warrant
yeah.
to hunt for somebody.
Just a training deal, and he was wondering about the jail, and I told him I would bring it up. So,
We're still insured. I wouldn't have any objection to it. Yeah.
you guys have any problem with it?
I don't know.
We don't need anything. We'll just let him know it's okay. And it's through the STARS program. So, all right. Jessica.
Good morning. I just have a couple of things today. The airport credit card machine, since we're not selling fuel out there, we are still getting charged a monthly service fee to have that capability. So Janet and I have reached out to the credit card company. So the game plan is to close our account for a few months. If we reopen it within 180 days, then we don't have to go through the whole application process again. They will just reopen it. But that will keep us from getting charged those fees in the meantime until we can figure out what to do out there. For the housing assessment tool process that we're going through, we are going to open 3 surveys for public input this week. One of them is for residential homeowners, just people in the community who have housing, need housing. One of them is for real estate professionals and getting their perspective. And then the third one is for builders to see how the markets are going. So those are part of our process for the hat. And also, just to let you know, I am serving on the planning committee for this year's Kansas Economic Development Alliance Conference, which is in September. And I am also going to serve on a grant panel with the state. We're going to go through, it's an arts grant, but we're going to go through and award those. And I thought it would be good from my perspective, to see how that process goes and see how other counties write their grants. So I'll be doing that throughout April. Do y'all have anything for me?
I don't have anything.
You got any meetings this week or anything?
I'm going to Lindsborg's Wednesday for a Kansas Sampler Conference. it's rural communities that get together and talk about issues and do some brainstorming, but I don't have any committee meetings this week, no.
I don't have anything else.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean?
Morning, Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I have some numbers that you asked for, Randy, on the Health Department and MEMALS on estimates for renovations. If you'd like, I'll just go through my list and we can come back to that. We did have a employee strike a low power line while dumping rock this week. No injuries, no damage to the vehicle, and talking to Evergy, the line was a little low and they don't expect any cost on our end for anything. Mike and Harry have provided us a list of culverts that we need to go out to bid on, and I'd ask permission to go out to bid for the culverts. When we bid those, if you remember the last two, metal culvert prices have gone up considerably. I would like to take the 30-inch and below culverts, maybe 24 and below, and also get pricing for plastic or poly culverts for those, simply to get a price list and look at them. I understand the biggest issue is those culverts being burned out during field burning and things of that nature. But if we're only doing entrances with those, I'd like to at least get a price and then have a discussion about the cost difference and possibly doing something as far as putting those in where possibly they won't be damaged by fields, or a waiver of some kind to make sure if they're damaged by neglect that they're replaced by the owners and not by us. Because as I said, the metal culverts are very expensive and keep rising. But I would like your permission to go out to bid for those culverts and then bring them back to you.
I don't have an issue with it.
I'm good with that.
North Shop, if you remember, we had a 5-ton that was down, and we spent a considerable time looking for a radiator with the transmission cooler or second coolant system behind that radiator. They were able to find one after considerable effort, got it put in the vehicle, got the vehicle going, and found out that the original damage when the transmission and engine coolant cycled together irreparably damaged the transmission on the unit. We have a couple of estimates on the repairs for that. Mike took it up to Central, and they are telling us a rebuild for that transmission is $16,572.23, and a new transmission is $16,425.16. Excuse me. Obviously, with a new transmission and a warranty being cheaper than the rebuild, I'd ask you to let me go ahead and purchase a new transmission and get that truck back into service.
You said the new one was cheaper?
Yes.
That's labor and material for it?
That's my understanding is that we've got a full bid for replacement on it. And I will have to look at that or talk to it. I believe with our north shop mechanic, we may be just purchasing a warranty transmission and doing the work ourselves.
Is this one of the trucks that we bought within the last 3 or 4 years?
I believe it's a 19 or 20, yes.
And what do we use it for? What's it pull? Does it pull the low boy or what's it?
No, this is a 5-ton dump. This
Oh,
is
it's a dump.
one of our rock trucks.
What do you guys feel? What do you think, Jim?
Gotta get it fixed, that's it.
I think so too.
You're wanting to purchase the new training?
That's correct.
Up, should we do up to, what was the price, 16 what?
$16,400, $25,600. And from what I'm seeing, bolts, gaskets, looks like everything's here, but if there are any other unforeseens, if we could get approval for 17, I'm sure that would cover any of the other unforeseen gaskets, linkage, or anything of that nature.
I'll make a motion that we allow him to purchase a new training for the North Shop rock truck for up to $17,000.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
We will be meeting at 11 on the landfill. I do have J.R. Kerr, who volunteered to come in and speak to us about some options or opportunities with the tipping floor building. And also, Al will not be able to be here during this meeting. He's got a family appointment, and it was my being gone and neglect to forewarn him about the meeting that caused the conflict. So, but Mr. Kerr being at 11 to speak to you tomorrow, Sherry, Jessica, and I will be meeting over the bids at the park and be looking at funding opportunities and options to bring back to you on the RFPs we did there. Sign truck will be out of the shop and repaired this week. And our trainee for our CDL program will be testing next week. He's ready to test, but it's the first opportunity that he can get to get an appointment. So he's ready to take his second test, and he's on schedule and on time. That's all I have for you this morning. Do you have anything for me?
I don't have anything. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
You got anything?
Darren Wilson, Planning Zoning Director. It'll be published this Wednesday that we are doing a public hearing for the draft of the zoning regulations, April 27th at 7 o'clock at Prairie View High School. Those will also be put on the county website so people can view them. And if people need them, we can make copies here that they can pick them up and look at them if they want to.
You got any committee meetings tonight or this week?
No. Do you want me to make copies of those for you guys and get them to you? I can get them to you today.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
You can send them to their computers if you want.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Me too.
Anything else?
No.
Thanks.
Thank you, Darren.
All right. Gary, you got anything?
Yeah, I've got several things if you're ready for them.
I think we are.
Okay. I had presented you with a memo regarding some questions that had been raised about whether the county should be charging cities to house city prisoners in the county jail. I think you all got that memo, and I thought I'd just present the results of it real briefly here in the meeting, and then you can, I have drafted a proposed resolution to clarify some of those issues. First of all, I could find no record of any official action taken by the board to prevent the sheriff from charging cities for housing their prisoners. Second, the statute, KSA 19-1930, clearly authorizes the sheriff to charge the cities for housing their prisoners. Third, Linn County enacted a resolution back in 1989 authorizing the sheriff to charge cities $25 a day for housing prisoners, which that resolution is still on the books at this time. Number four, the county passed resolution 22-21 back in June of last year, authorizing the sheriff to enter into agreements with various entities, including local governments, to house their prisoners and negotiate a rate for such services. While that resolution was primarily aimed at the government, the federal contracts that we're talking about, it also did include cities. And then there are number five, the statute I referred to, plus several Attorney General opinions to make it clear that when county jail houses city prisoners, that is people charged with violating city ordinances, the city is responsible for the cost of their medical care. So my recommendations in my memo were to, number one, rescind resolution 89-22, which was the resolution setting a $25 housing fee. Number two, rescind any action taken or direction given by the board at any time which is contrary to KSA 19-1930 or which purports to limit the sheriff's authority to house city prisoners or to charge cities for the service and for medical care of city prisoners. And to also reaffirm resolution number 2022-21, which is the one that authorize the sheriff to enter into agreements with various entities. I have prepared a proposed resolution for you. I noticed that I have last week's date on it, so we'll need to change that. But I think you've had it and reviewed it. I don't have a resolution number. I don't know if David has prepared one or not.
Be 2318.
The resolution, if you want me to read it, says, whereas KSA 19-1930 requires the county sheriff to accept and house prisoners arrested by city law enforcement officers and charged with violation of city ordinances, and whereas said statute directs the sheriff to bill each city for the cost of housing the city's prisoners, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Linn County enacted resolution number 89-22 on March 6, 1989, establishing a rate at which cities should be billed by the sheriff for housing prisoners, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Linn County has more recently discouraged the Linn County Sheriff from billing cities in Linn County for housing their prisoners, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Linn County recognizes that compliance with KSA 19-1930 is not discretionary, and whereas on June 6, 2022, the Board of County Commissioners enacted resolution number 2022-21, which authorizes the Sheriff of Linn County to enter into agreements to house prisoners from other jurisdictions and negotiate the charge for such service, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes that any decision about billing cities for housing their prisoners and the amount of such billings is within the Sheriff's discretion, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners acknowledges that medical care of prisoners housed in the Linn County Jail for violation of city ordinances is the responsibility of the respective city, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners desires to clarify their commitment to complying fully with KSA 19-1930, now therefore it is resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Linn County, Kansas, number one, resolution number 89-22 is hereby rescinded.
Number 2, any action taken or direction given by the Board of Commissioners of Linn County that is in conflict with KSA 19-1930 is hereby rescinded, repealed, and canceled. Number 3, resolution number 2022-21 is hereby reaffirmed. Number 4, it is hereby reaffirmed that under Kansas law, the Linn County Sheriff is authorized to bill cities for housing city prisoners jailed for violation of city ordinances and to include in that billing medical care for such prisoners. Resolved this 3rd day of April, 2023.
Kevin, you got anything you want to add to that? How are we determining the price? Is that something?
We don't, he is.
Yeah.
That's the one question I would have, because as the cities are as well taxpayers, they have a stake already. They're a stakeholder in our facility to an extent. But still yet, 1930 says that anybody held outside of our state charges or outside of a Linn County state charge that I will bill for that. In 1989, that price was set at $25. So I would ask the commission to state what that amount should be. And what I would submit to you is that probably when we consider inmate care, as far as what they have at their accessibility in the facility at this time, we're probably somewhere, I would estimate probably a low amount, that we're probably at about a $40 per day rate for the holding of those inmates. When you go to other counties around us, you'll find a lot higher rates. But what you'll also find, if we just took Douglas County, for example, is that recently they had a huge increase in rate there for the city of Lawrence. The city of Lawrence pretty much entirely populates the Douglas County Jail, and their rate is astonishing. So because they're essentially utilizing the entire facility, so Douglas County farms out a lot of their very own inmates. So I would say that if we were looking for something very reasonable, that we would probably look at a $40 per day charge for those city ordinance crimes, if you will. This year, we've probably had 15 days of holding for cities, but I look at that and think that's probably moving up because cities are doing their court systems more professionally, more serious, where we're seeing more and more warrants come. I think today I probably have 20 or so municipal warrants in our system, and I don't know what the cities could have. They could have another several more warrants that they hold in their local system. But we probably right now have 20 municipal warrants that have been placed in our system that were passed on to us. So those are probabilities. It's probable that those folks at some point would come to jail. My biggest concern was the health care, because that can get rather expensive rather quickly. And if Linn County were to be taking on that health care. One other concern that I would have with the entire resolution has really nothing to do with income for this situation, because it's really kind of a break even. But my concern would be, just like if somebody threw a charge on me in the middle of a budget season, how would the city begin paying for this? Because they're not going to have a budget allotted for that. And I don't want the cities to get upset about it, because really it should have been happening all along. And it just never did, but we also didn't have a facility of this nature. So I think that we have to consider, once those charges start, we have to consider as to when we begin that process. And I know the day the resolution starts is the day that that law would come into effect, if you will, through our county legislature. But my concern would be for the municipality, because if I had somebody, let's just use Lacine, for example, because I have several warrants in our system for the city of Lacine. if I had somebody come to jail and they were in jail for a day or 2 or 3 days, and I sent them a bill, and let's just imagine it was $40 a day, and I sent them a bill for $120, where does the money come from for them? So I think in the regulation of this situation, I think we have to give them an amount of time to say, this is the amount we're going to charge you, and this is the day it's going to start. Because realistically, the city will be collecting these dollars back through fees that are assessed in court. Well, also realistically, that offender, the person who had the warrant for their arrest, may not appear in court for a month or two with the city of Lacine, if we're using them as an example. So they wouldn't have an opportunity to collect those fees or have collected fees from others for this circumstance, for the situation. And I don't want to put a city at hardship and have them believe that the county's trying to disrupt their budgeting process. That to me is problematic. So, I think that we would have to determine the day we start the program and what we charge for the program. And quite frankly, just like a Cora request or any other thing that I would charge for coming out of my office, there are rates set. And, if I'm doing research for a Cora request for a citizen of the county, we charge $20 per hour. That's based on resolution because we can charge that. Or if I'm offering them a CD with data on it, there's a charge for that. And I think it's $10 or $15. I have to look at the list every time we do the charging, but there's a charge for everything. And I think it would be prudent for us to assess what the rate's going to be and when we're going to start it, because I just don't want to put a city or a municipality in an undue hardship in this situation. So those would be my only suggestions. Thank you.
So I've met with the city of Lacine and the city of Linn Valley and discussed this with them a little bit. The city of Lacine has been expecting this to come down and everything. That way they'll be tacking it on with court costs and things along those lines passed on to the perpetrator. And everything that way. Linn Valley is saying that they haven't had very many of these instances at all, so they're not as far along in their process, but they don't really see an issue with it, us following the state statute.
I reached out to Parker and Mound City both, and they know about it. That's the two in my district.
What kind of time frame can we put on it?
Well, you can pass this whenever you want to. I mean, if you want me to revise it to include a date, you could pass it next week and say go into effect in 30 days or go into effect in whatever time first, whatever you want.
What'd you say, June 1st?
Yep.
Kevin, do you think you could get us a hard number of what we're going to be charging them by June, or in the next couple of weeks, so we can get this passed by maybe June 1st?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I think, I've talked with staff and we've talked about food costs and, amenities that are supplied to inmates in jail, and an indigent inmate's going to cost a little bit more money because we have to provide different things, such as, things to shower with and things like that, soap and those types of things, where an inmate who has dollars on their books, they might want to buy their own shampoo and soap and things like that, which most of them would, because ours are pretty nominal that we provide. But we believe, it would be our belief that if we were to be charging for budgeting purposes and stuff like that, we look at our inmates, our state charged inmates who reside in the custody of the jail for the Linn County District Court, we would budget at $45 per day for food and staffing and stuff like that. So I think if we were to drop under that number, it would, because we can absolutely show what costs $45 per day. And I believe if we drop under that number, we would be able to, absolutely prove that to the city. if we were to look at, let's just take my example from earlier, Douglas County, for the city of Lawrence, they're $287 per day per inmate. So that's what the city pays to fill their jail. So for us, I mean, we're at $40 per day per inmate, and that almost sounds a little bit silly. I would go out and believe that Sheriff Ambrister, you know, he's charging them every penny of that facility. Well, that facility exists anyway. You know, I don't need them to pay for the concrete. They're already doing that through a bond and sales tax and things like that. So I think $40 a day would be pretty simplistic, because we're talking about, you know, clothes, socks, bedding, all of that stuff that we're paying for through this type of income. So it's not like it's, I don't believe it's lavish. I think back in 1989, somebody put together the numbers and said $25 a day is what's fair and just and reasonable. Well, here we are in 23. So I think $40 a day is still very reasonable. And I just don't see that that's an arguable amount to be charging. Because, I mean, if we were talking about just a room service like a hotel would be, you're going to be paying twice that anyway. And not only are you paying for the room, but you're also getting service. You're getting your inmate checked on. We're doing assessments. We're booking the inmate, and we don't charge a booking charge. Almost every other facility in the state would charge a booking charge. We charge the day the inmate came in all the way up until the date that they leave. So that, you know, sometimes we'll have an inmate leave at 7:00 in the morning. Well, we haven't necessarily fed them lunch and dinner yet. There's some savings, but we also don't charge a booking fee to bring them in and book them, fingerprinting charges and stuff like that. We just don't do that. So I think that $40 rate would be where we would set on that. The only thing I could say is it would be my belief if we were challenged on that and we had to assess what the true rate was, it would be much higher. But I think that's fair. They're county taxpayers. The building's already in effect. We're already utilizing it. Staffing's already there. And you used Linn Valley as an example. I don't know that I have had an inmate in our jail for Linn Valley. We may have had a warrant or two, but I mean, not very many. They're probably looking at a couple $100 a year on today's standard, where I think with some of the other municipalities, we may have had 6 or 8 or 10 nights that we're in. So they may be looking at $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 a year for housing inmates in the facility. But I still don't believe that $40 an hour is out of line by any means. And I think the only argument that would be made is it could be pretty easily be more than that. When we look at my Wyandotte County contract, they're at $67.50. Our Marshall's contract's at $88. Next year, our KDOC contract will be at $94. So, I mean, we're looking at, that is a very low, and I believe uber reasonable rate to be looking at for city housing. Thank you.
No, we don't have to put a fee or anything on the resolution, right?
It's my opinion that the sheriff can just set it if he wants to. Yeah. And
I don't mind at all doing that. It's up to you guys. But that, if I negotiated with the city, that would be my rate that I would negotiate. And I just want you guys to know that I'm trying to be very sensible and reasonable with it. I don't know a city that would say this is going to break us. I just don't want to throw it at them and have somebody say that we force fed them, that they had to start today. They had no chance to plan, things like that.
I would see that we're anything, I mean, that we're forcing them into anything with making a resolution today, and then you decide when you want to start charging them. I mean, we can go ahead with the resolution today, can't we?
I'm more than happy to stick with my numbers. I mean, we're in public session, everybody in the world can see this. If we say we're starting it on June 1st or July 1st, I'll stick with those numbers. I don't have any problems with those at all.
You think that's fine?
yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing it that way. I think it's within your discretion. And so I would say that that's the simplest way to do it. If you put rates in this, then every time they change, you got to go back and change the resolution.
And to Counselor, another problem with putting rates in the resolution is when I send my resolution to other places, they say, well, you're holding them for your municipalities at 40, why are you charging us 80?
Yep.
You know,
Good point.
and I don't have to argue that, well, they're taxpayers, you know, type of stuff, so.
So you guys good with June 1st?
I am. That gives them almost 60 days to get things in order on their end. And like I said, I didn't have any kickback.
I'd make a motion that we pass resolution number 2023-18, which will go into effect June 1st.
I'll second.
Any more discussion on it?
Nope.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
The other thing I had, I did send you a copy of the letter that I sent out to the GFL Environmental, which is the waste management folks in, down at Arcadia. We had discussed, my feeling that they're in violation of their contract on some issues. And so, I sent them notice, that you intend to terminate the contract as of April 10. You'll need to act on that if you actually want to do it. You'll need to vote on the record to terminate the contract. But I want to give them as much notice as possible. I think, has everybody seen the letter?
Yeah, I read it. You sent it this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thought process here is that they'll talk to us
That
this week.
if they have anything to say about it, they'll talk to us this week. I told them to get back to us before April 10th.
Okay.
I'm good with that. What kind of motion do we need on that?
Make a motion to terminate the contract, unless there is some change in the circumstance between now and April 10th.
Okay. I'll make the motion that we terminate the contract unless there's a change in the circumstances between now and April 10th.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion on it? All in favor?
Aye.
I think Sean has some thoughts about this.
We're not entering in, and my understanding is that you want me to look at Allen County. They don't have a contract. Basically, we need to set up a billing and an account with them. So if that's something you want me to do immediately, if we're looking at April 10, I need to start that process. And I'm sure David, his office is going to need some paperwork, and we're going to have to set them up on an account.
I'm good.
That's where we're at, I think.
If that's the direction we're headed, then I'll get that process started.
Yes.
And like I said, there is no contract system with them. We go monthly until we decide, or they decide that it's non-beneficial.
Okay.
We're not doing these farm contracts today, are we? Okay. The only other thing I had, Commissioners, is just some information to pass you very quickly in executive session if we get one. If we don't, we can do it next week. It's nothing crucial.
Is that all you had?
Yep.
David, you got anything?
No.
No public comment. Doesn't look like anybody's here. What'd you say about executive session?
I've just got really just a piece of paper to hand you in executive session. And, you know, it would be a waste of our time to have one today just for this purpose, I think, unless
We don't really have anything on until Kathy gets here at 10:05. So if you want to, 5 minutes in there, and then
up to you.
we'll recess until.
For legal.
For legal, yeah.
You guys good with that? 5 minute legal and then recess until 10:05? Good with that?
Mhm.
Make a motion to go executive session with Gary for 5 minutes for legal, and then we will come out and recess until 10:05.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'd like to stay local, but if they didn't reach back out to you, I mean, I get it.
That old vehicle, the insurance part of it would be a minimal amount, but just something to keep in mind. We have to send our schedules back into K-Camp by about the 1st of October. So if we still had the vehicle then and wanted it insured, we'd pay for insurance for another year.
So, and then typically when we dispose of it, would it go through auction or how does that work on?
Well, we've done like Purple Wave
We've
and
done closed bids, we've done
Yeah.
Purple Wave auctions, I think we one time had an auction in person with some stuff.
Yeah.
I think an online auction is going to generate our best.
That's the 2007 Explorer, right?
Yeah, it's, it's not a bad ride. It's just that when you have no air conditioner or, there's different things, that we've had to deal with in the past.
Need it after October or well? I mean,
I'm not thinking so.
Yeah,
Typically what we do is we're having our appeal time period now. The staff has now, since after we send out valuations, we had staff in for answering phone calls, any walk-in traffic we've had. Now we've got a team back out today. They started back out, doing sales and, we'll start the reinspection process. We've got a bunch of reinspection already, pulled to get started on. So it's, we typically try to get done. I think this last year we were done by the end of November with all of our reinspection. And then we try to concentrate on getting our building permits wrapped up for the end of year, first of year evaluation process. So it's quite but pretty soon they're out there every day if the weather's good.
So you think you could be done with it by October?
Yeah, I think we could.
Okay.
We could just that would be maybe our end of September, look at getting rid of that, so.
I'm good with going ahead and doing that. Good.
I am.
Fine with it.
Well, we really appreciate it and we'll let you know then.
Okay, sounds good.
Do we need a motion or anything? on
I think you want a motion to authorize them to go ahead and make the purchases they've described it there. This would technically be what we call sole source purchase, that you only had the one bid.
I was looking through this is where I was looking through the resolution before, and it was one of those where I wasn't sure, because one would fall under the 25,000.
Right.
And then the other,
But either way, since, if it's under $25,000, you don't have to get bids,
right,
but they may creep up over 25,000.
right, and that's what we
So,
were,
That's where we have to come to you and get the sole source designation approved. So you would just approve them to purchase this on a sole source deal, sole source.
I'll make a motion that we allow the Linn County Appraiser's Office to purchase a vehicle under the sole source policy.
I'll second. Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
okay, thank you very much, guys. If you have any questions, let us know.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Com here yet? They're not here yet?
second that.
And second.
We're supposed to be having a little quick comment, 10:30, and they're not here yet. We're a little early anyway. We can go over the tabled item if you guys want. Unless, Gary, you have anything around that?
I'm done.
David, you got anything?
No.
We have the building codes item here on our tabled list. Where are we at on that? You got anything on that? Yeah. Sorry.
As far as the building codes deal, when I came to you the last time, you guys were kind of undetermined on which direction to go with it. I'm still putting together some stuff to come back with you, come back to you probably in the next couple of weeks.
Will that come with that plan that we're working on right now? Will that be part of it?
Building codes are completely separate from subdivision regs and zoning regulations. They'll be like they're like the sanitation codes. They're a standalone document.
Was there anything in our comprehensive plan about it? Do you know? Did it speak of anything about it?
So the comprehensive plan was in favor of some type of building code. I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was, I want to say somewhere around 60% that the public was in favor for some type of building code. With that said, I've been looking at different options, which we had talked one time about how we could do a certificate of occupancy. There's a couple of different ways that I found out. I've talked to Gary about it, that we can go about doing like some type of final inspection to issue a certificate of occupancy, which would in return help the appraiser's office know that these building permits are getting closed out. But as far as your question, in the comprehensive plan, it is in favor of some type of building code. And I get a lot of phone calls about building codes, and there's a lot of people in the community that are in favor of them. And I know that it's a situation of how far do we go with them? What do we implement? I think it's a situation that we just sit down and talk about it. I'll bring some different stuff to present to you guys, and we can say, okay, as far as where it stops, this is where we're going to stop it. This is the beginning and this is the end. And then we can issue a certificate of occupancy to some type of final inspection.
What would you want to do it at the end of the month or beginning of May? I mean, would that give you enough time?
Oh, that'll give me plenty of time.
You want to do a workshop? You guys good with that?
You want to do, I can't, is it April 24th?
Yeah.
I can have something back then.
Just do a workshop on April 24th.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Anything else?
On
I think
it.
so.
Okay, thanks.
Another one we have on there is the holiday policy.
We're just writing the policy and getting it ready, so it's,
Okay.
you guys have already approved to do it, it's.
Okay.
Hello.
How's it going? Good. We're ready for you if you're ready, unless you want a break.
All right.
Just state your name and what's going on.
I'm John Terry. I'm the Customer Experience Director at QuickCom.
Mike Perry's Director of Construction. QuickCom.
You guys want to give us kind of an update on where you guys are at with the project, with the ARPA funds, and where we're going with it?
Yep.
We have not started yet. We are hoping to have a plow and possibly a drill up here. I'm not going to set you a date because I'll just be made a liar. Because with the weather stuff that's been going on, we're hoping to have one here in the next 2 weeks to get started. That's our projected timeline. We're finally able to hire some people. We went through a time where we couldn't get applicants, and we get them. They last about 2 weeks and gone. It's just been this round robin of employees. We think we finally got some guys who are going to stick around. What we thought we did last week, we had a guy that was there for 3 days and just never came back. So the guys that are supposed to be running the plow up here are teaching the new guys down there at the Payola project how to do their jobs so we can free them up and bring them up here. Either way, we're going to have people up here, one way or another.
How long will it take you once you get started?
If we have all hands on deck, it's probably a 6-month project.
6 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can easily make our timeline. because a lot of it's just plow work and rock salt work. Within the cities themselves, I don't see them taking very long, except for,
Centerville, maybe.
Centerville. Because if you start hitting rock, that becomes a whole different animal.
Right.
That could prolong a little bit. We know we're gonna hit rock on our backbone main line. We already know that. But, we think we've got those cricks over by Centerville. It's either we pay or try and drill under those, or we just set poles and span across them, which might be the better for everybody. So that'll save some time.
And we have talked to Chad Page out of Parker, and we have a couple of guys where if we, for whatever reason, feel like, man, we're, needing to get going hot and heavy, we have people that we can bring on to do the work.
If we have to bring on contractors, that's what we're gonna have to do.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I don't think that's gonna happen, but
But it's always possible.
it is a possibility.
Because if we run into rock drilling in Paola, we may have to we've already talked to Steve Riddell out of Pittsburgh, and he has a rock drill. He has almost anything we want. He's working on some Crockin projects, but he thought that if we needed him, he could come.
How many homes are you guys going to be passing on this route? How many people are you going to be serving?
I think it's just shy of 300. It's all of Blue Mound, all of Centerville, Goodrich, Parker, and then I think every mile we're going to have a splice box. There are some houses within the defined area just outside of Parker to the north and to the west that we're going to.
Do you have an expected take rate on your service?
Typically in a larger town, and by larger, I mean like an Ottawa or a Paola, you look for 40%. I think it'll be significantly higher out here because our lowest tiered package is $55 a month. And with ACP qualification, that's the federal grant program that we participate in, most of your residents in all these towns are going to be eligible, which means $25 a month, 100 megabit internet. So I expect the take rates down here to probably be 60% or better.
I believe Greeley's, it's gotta be.
Yeah, Greeley.
60 to 70%. Altoona's the same,
Altoona,
the more people know that we're there, they always thought they should have known we're there because we dug up their yards, but sometimes people don't, it's like, we know it's here, but is it better than what we had? When say, the one person tell the neighbor and it's like, hey, the smaller towns sometimes are really close knit. It takes the whole town to say, hey, this is kind of neat.
Yeah.
And people start signing up.
There in Altoona, I think we completed June of last year, and they're both at about 45% right now and growing. Now that word's getting out, hey, this works, it's good.
So how are you connecting the homes? Or is it
In Blue
wireless or is it?
No, it's a fiber cable into the house. It's a 10 gig capable fiber cable into the house. That
Okay.
It'd be a
way,
direct connect.
Okay.
it's future proof. Blue Mound's going to be an aerial build, so our drops will be coming in from the power lines, and then in the other communities, it's going to be underground.
What, do you remember what the completion date on this was going to be?
July 5th of 25 or 24, I mean. And I believe the CO is going to be in Centerville, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I haven't, some of the engineering has been changed a little bit, so I'm pretty sure that's where it's still gonna be.
Yeah, I was going to say, typically in a build like this, we will light up towns as we go through, but I think since the CO or central office is going to be located in Centerville, we'll have to get the fiber to it and light it up before we can start providing service behind us on our way to Blue Mound.
Do you have any more questions?
I don't.
Jessica, you got anything? All right. Appreciate
If
you
you
guys
guys
coming
do
in.
have any specific questions, reach out.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in.
You guys have our direct number. You guys want some cards or?
Give Jessica.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like got the solid waste project at 11 workshop. And she said he said JR was coming in, right, at 11?
Believe so.
You guys just want to go ahead and just start discussing the health department and the plans for the senior center?
It's fine.
We'll just move that up on the agenda.
I think Amanda was planning on coming over again late in the meeting with health department. It doesn't mean there's not things you couldn't talk about before that. You all got copies of the first draft of David's job description. And I sent you an updated one since we've been here. Gary caught a error I had on one of them, and I took a couple of words out of one of them. It was on the head nurse description on who they report to. But the way I've got it now is they, under the direction of the health department administrator. And that still may not be quite the right term. I believe that should probably be director instead of administrator.
Probably so.
I think that was just a matter of me copying and pasting and missing part of it.
You able to run your internet or your getting like something? Oh, there it is. Remember. How did you come up with this, Nathan?
So I took the existing job descriptions for the positions that Amanda and Danielle have now, and also the existing description that we had for Missy. And they had a copy of that they'd marked up on which one of those positions would take over which duties, and that some that they would share. And then I just tried to combine those into the existing descriptions to make it work.
On first page, David, where you got that to and highlighted the full head nurse will also work with direct department head nurse. On the first page. Confusing, I think, too. Page.
Yeah, it actually printed on the second page of what I printed out. But yeah, that's the ones, that section is where those were duties they thought they would share.
Okay.
But yeah, that should say director, not direct.
Director, department head nurse.
Okay, yeah. Department head. Like I said, I expected there to be some changes in this. I got that one fixed too.
I'm gonna read a letter that I received from a local resident. Her name's Annie Roberts, and I believe she's the chair for the Health Department Advisory Board. I believe that's her position on that board. It says, Dear Linn County Commissioners, I have the privilege to serve as the Health Department Advisory Board. I reside in Pleasant while owning a dental practice in Lacey. I grew up in Lacey and love returning and contributing to the community that I was raised in. Our health department is such an asset to our area. It takes dedicated individuals to work in public health. It can be a demanding job, as we saw through the COVID-19 pandemic as well. As you very well know, the turnover rate in the public health across the state has been tremendous. We have a wonderful and knowledgeable staff at the health department. Our county should listen when two Linn County residents, Amanda Snyder and Danielle Casey, are dedicated to their work and are willing to step up and fulfill administrative rules. I highly recommend serious consideration to their proposals. As the county also knows, hiring and maintaining staff is very difficult in today's job climate. Rather than putting the direction of the health department in question again, the best option is to allow staff who are very familiar with the workings of it and fill the roles that are open. Although I am not able to attend the commission meetings, from reading the notes, it seems the health department is a frequent topic. From my point of view, the full purpose of the health department is misunderstood. Our current medical options in the county are limited, though community health takes finance into consideration in regards to patients' ability to pay. It's still not enough. Underinsured patients have other options to save considerable money at the health department using their services. The health department is underutilized. Rather than question the volume of patients' procedures, the county should focus on sharing what the health department has to offer. Public health at its core is not a money-making venture. What is the purpose of the public service but to serve the public? Linn County is a unique area, and it benefits Linn County that our health department is designed to serve the community specifically. The employees are familiar with the needs of our community, which may not be the same as Allen, Anderson, Bourbon, and Woodson counties. I appreciate all that you do, all you do for our county. Please contact me if you have any questions. I'm thankful to serve on the advisory board. Look forward to future of the health department. Annie Roberts. Where are you guys gonna start? Jim?
want to start on this, or you want to, JR is there, you want
We'll table this for a minute and then get back with JR since he's here. All right. Where's Sean? Sean, you want to go ahead and come up and? We'll be talking about the solid waste project.
You'd requested, I spoke to JR and he looked at the current tipping floor structure and has some information for you as far as the viability of that building and the uses after any repairs would be done. I do have some photographs of the site that after he speaks to you, I can go over or may assist you in some of the discussion you have with him as well.
JR, if you just state your name and, what company you're with and.
Morning, Commissioners. James Kerr. I'm with JRK Portable, or I own JRK Portable Welding. I took a little time there last week. Sean reached out to me to go take a look at the tipping floor down there at the Prescott building, where they currently dump, I guess, just open top, mainly containers, not your guys' containers, but like roll-off containers and stuff like that. Basically what I seen in the building was, there's one I-beam in the very center of the building that is on the south wall there that's twisted. It's been hit a bunch of times from just, I don't know, skid loader, scooping up trash, different stuff. And then the back wall of that building is set up with, looks like a 10 or 12 inch thick concrete berm that's like 3 foot high where they scoop against. Berm appears to be broke off, or leaning a little bit. And then, to the south of it, there's a little berm there also. It could be fixed. Not a lot to fixing it. The concrete's more of an issue than the metal part of it. In the corner of the building where it's actually kind of corroded away or rotted or beat up real bad. It's not actually an I-beam. It's actually a C-purling where the buildings all come together. I don't know if anybody's familiar with a red iron building, but usually in the corners, they're not I-beams. It's just a piece of C-purling that they screw all your horizontal purlings into and attaches the tin. So, but I am not an engineer, so I don't know what kind of structural value that has right there, but I know that it's not really holding a substantial amount of weight in the corner. If it continues to get beat up, it could fall, I guess. But the main beam in the center of the building, which I'm sure Sean's got a few pictures of, is probably of more concern than anything. That's really what I seen. I'd have a recommendation on how, if you wanted to repair it, what my thoughts would be on that, if you want to know that. So, I would think that if you wanted to repair it to make it salvageable for stay use, first thing, dude, be get rid of the concrete wall, some of the lower tin, just remove it. Be pretty simple. Blast that stuff off there, and I would put the concrete berm wall back up with a little different adequate bracing to the back side of it, so it can actually be designed to be pushed against. There's no stiffeners basically up the backside. There's not it was just basically a straight up wall, didn't have no bracing to hold it. You could do it by putting beams on the back of that wall. You could do it with just a concrete brace to hold it so it couldn't get pushed out again. And then I wouldn't run the tin down to the ground. I'd stop it on top of that wall. And then where this beam is, I don't even know if you'd have to replace much of that beam if you just cut that beam off and actually set it on top of,
On top of the stem.
on top of a concrete stem wall, yeah, or take I got some sonotubes that I've used in the past that we've taken and you could take and encase that thing in a sonotube and go up 6 or 8 feet high, to get a little bit of a barrier. And then I would probably recommend, either core drilling and putting in some, bollards, or making that piece over there on that south side. So if they hit it again, they actually are hitting concrete, not actually part of the structure. So,
You're talking like right here. That's that middle beam you're talking about, right? It's all twisted and messed up. Right there.
yes, that beam right there, Danny, is the one that I'm talking about. But in the corner,
Right. I think that's what that is, right?
yeah, but that's not actual beam. If you go look at that thing right there, that is an actual, it's just a C girder or purling or whatever. That's not an actual beam. It's just how they tie those red iron buildings together. And you can see they should have done away with that in the beginning and set the stem wall right on top of that. So, the north side up by where they actually push the trash into didn't look bad. To me, that looked like they'd probably done some adequate stuff there, to do that. There was some plating there or something there. I didn't really look real close at that because it didn't look like it had a lot of damage. I mean, and even plating, you could even do some steel plate over top of this stem wall here to actually, protect it, get a little bit longer lifespan so you're not chipping away at the concrete, a few things like that. I've done several jobs where we've held up buildings or structures, went in and welded something to the side of the beam, and then just cut it off to do whatever needs to happen. We held up up here at Horsco Minerals in Lacine, Kansas. We actually held those silos up in the air. We cut them off one at a time. There's 44 beams in that building with, I don't know, several million pounds of structure there. And we'd go in there one at a time and cut them off. We had an engineered guy had told us what to weld to and how much to weld on and what to do. And we went in and welded onto the side of them and cut them off and because their columns had actually rotted off. So we've done
right here at the door,
several of those.
there'd just be like a piece of I don't know what you would call like a piece of C channel or something, like kind of like a seal that would be connected to the concrete. Is that what's pretty much holding all the walls and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Basically, all the walls where your corner walls all come together is just a C girder, or it's not a V purling because that's what they run across the roof, but it's just like a C channel.
Just keeps the wall.
Yeah, it's basically 11 gauge or a very thin piece of material compared to that I-beam that's probably a 20 pound to the foot beam. That stuff there is probably 4 or 5 pounds to the foot material versus what that is. So, I think you'd want to if you're going to, do some lifespan of that building there, I think you just want to come in there and put a concrete stem wall basically around the bottom of it and get away from the tin because they just look like it's just made in tin over there, which can't hold nothing.
What happens with this if we go in and start cutting on this? Do we have to have an engineer look at it, or?
JR, you probably know more about that structurally sound. I mean, the building, you think it's pretty structurally sound. It's more cosmetic, hold the walls in place, things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it looks bad,
Right.
but I think a lot of it, the beam in the center needs something done with it. The beam is twisted, so if it was my personal one, I wouldn't spend a pile of money, but it's not my personal one. I would go in there and weld some bracing off of it, and I'd cut it off and do whatever I needed to do and go on.
You wouldn't think that you would need a professional engineer to come in there and tell you how to do it. I mean, you'd feel comfortable restoring that.
Yeah. A little bit of direction on how you guys want it to actually be, if you're wanting to get it to where it's something you're going to use for 5 years, or if it's something you're planning on, leaving a structure up for 50 years, it'd be a different deal, but just a little bit of direction, probably how you wanted to do it.
Well, if we move forward with the new tipping floor, we'll still use this for the recycling, right?
The recycle is attached to the north of there, but
We won't be using the building,
Right.
right, for anything. The current
the current tipping floor.
the current transfer station.
the north half of that building is all recycled, but that tipping floor part of that building on the south end, I can't tell you in the future, that would be whether or not we started more actively or aggressively recycling tires or other products. Obviously, we wouldn't want to get rid of it if it served a purpose and we could machine load things or put other trailers there. I couldn't imagine demoing the building if it was in a condition that we could use it.
So it'd be a good idea to go ahead and fix it back, is what you're saying, and get it to where.
If we
Stabilize
salvage
it.
it at this point,
Stabilize
and it
it.
would also give us time, in my mind, the projects we have ahead of us with the elevation of the multiple cells to get more time before we have to determine which direction we go with our new cell operations. The funding to close those cells and the redesign of the tipping floor in the future to go to walking floor. These things they're gonna take time to find a funding mechanism for. I don't think at any point we have the money, or the ability to get this done overnight. We're gonna need time to come up with a plan. I mean, the engineers have given us the design, but I tell you where the funding mechanism would come for all of this at one time. And I think if we're talking about the twisted south beam, I think what you're looking at is commercial hauler dump on that wall to the east end of that south wall that comes straight up that ramp. And we also do our roll-offs in there as well on that south wall. So the south wall and the east wall south of that compactor have to be the largest area being used as far as the facility. And again, that concrete wall on the east side is going to take the most of the brunt of the loader damage.
So I guess our first question is, what is our, do we want to leave it here in this building? Or do we want to consider a new location and get pricing to cosmetically make this look better than it does?
Well, if we keep the building, we gotta fix it on either way. I mean, if we plan on keeping the building.
I could imagine from what our engineers said the cost would be plus the opening the new cells that are going to be in the future. I couldn't imagine this being a short-term fix for the funding mechanism for all of this. I believe we're going to have to do something with that building now and some of those containers, if not repair, maybe replace some of the compactor containers that we're hauling in. I've been told some of them have holes large enough for animals at the sites to dig trash out and pull them out.
As far as our compactors, you build them, don't you?
Yeah, didn't you repair some here? It might have been many years ago, but
I've repaired a few of those.
what's your take on those? Time to get rid and get new, or what?
Well, it just depends on how bad they are. Usually the floor is the dictating factor in one of those compactors, one of those blue compactors that sets down here. Floor and cross members is usually a determining factor. Sidewalls, things like that, not hard to fix. You get your floor where it's coming up. If it's holes in the floor and your structure's kind of deteriorated to a point, then it's time to replace them generally at that point in time. They get pretty expensive, I guess, to repair when you get into the bottom structure. And the top structure is nothing more than sheet metal or 11 gauge plate that's broke.
They're probably the same exact ones you probably fixed here many years ago, I'd say.
Possibly, yeah.
And where have we been getting those at? As far as the compactors, have we replaced any? And
I would have to talk to Al. I couldn't tell you where we have those built in the past or.
do you bid on them?
I will bid on them if they go out for bid.
What, I mean, do you know off the top of your head what something like it's a basic repair of the floor and maybe the side? They said the driver's side kind of rots out on them a lot. Is that true? That's just what I was.
I think it's the sheeting from the ones I saw. I say if it's sheeting and you can get it clean, if it's not flooring, or if it's flooring to a point that the cross members aren't bad to where your structure, you haven't lost your structure. Basically, one of those boxes, there's nothing to them except for the bottom about 2 foot. Your rails, all your cross members, and your flooring basically hold everything else up. All the rest of it's held up by just brakes.
What are those? Like a $8,000 to $10,000 container?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that they're just don't 100% quote me on the deal, but I think they're running in that 10.5 range right now, somewhere in that ballpark. I think the last ones that we looked at. Of course, that was when steel was super duper duper. It's kind of came off a little bit. It is kind of on the rise again, so I guess it could be back to that time again if you.
I mean, just off the top of your head, I mean, since you were the last one to do it, what do you think to repair just the basic needs of one of those? I mean, what would it be?
On one of those containers, I mean, I've always said on those containers, if you can probably fix them for half price, you're probably better off repairing them if you can do it for that. I mean, we fix a lot of these roll-offs for different private people around the area. You can fix them for a couple $1,000. You know, just depends on how bad the hole is. It depends on how you want it fixed. If some guys don't care if you just go in there and sheet over it, you know, a lot of those containers like that, if you can get them out of service and power wash them to where you can get to what you're working on, you can do a lot to them. You just have to, it's basically a container by container deal. I mean,
What? How many of them do we have?
But I do know we need to assess how many need repaired and look at them and get if we're, again, I believe this is a long-term project. If we're going to continue this container, site program, we're gonna have to either repair or replace those.
Can we get a list of them and see what the damage is? I mean, what we need, and maybe even JR wants to let him bid on fixing them for us. Or
I mean, if it's emptied to where I can actually see what's going on with them, I meant that's kind of what I'd do. I'd give you a bid if you got a part number or whatever, tell me where they're at. I can go look at them, or if you get them to the landfill, when you get them emptied, set them over there, 2 or 3 of them, and we can put a number on them, and I can give you a price per each one of them or whatever. Or I'll go over them with Sean and say, I'll let you know pretty fast if we don't want to work on it or if it needs thrown in the junk.
What is our long-term plan down there? What?
I think that's what we got to come up with first is, you know, what are we doing? I mean, we have a bunch of different things that we got to consider, you know, moving the cells. Are we going to reuse the cells? And how many years are we going to get out of them? Would you say by 6 more years?
By raising them.
By raising them up, yeah.
By raising them, you're probably going to get between what we've got left in cell 6 and then raising them, from what I'm being told, you're probably going to get another 3 to 5, depending on how much material we take in.
But I mean, as far as the transfer station, you know, are we still looking at trying to change that operation, going where we're dumping the
first half of the operational change was obviously getting a contractor or going to another site for the cost down. The second half is what we need to discuss is what do we do in the future to make this more effective, more cost effective, and how do we redesign and pay for that overhaul of this project, because we can continue to run and maintain the operation the way it's operating now, bringing the containers in from the sites and heading straight down and dumping them. But that effectively gives you what's in the container. The container has to be dumped once or twice a week in some locations so that they'll be empty for long holiday weekends, and so they won't fill up on the days off of the drivers. So you're not getting the full capacity of those containers when they're being hauled off. So obviously that brings the fuel
And
price up.
to the tune of 91,000 a year, according to our report that we have here.
Correct. So our long-term plan, if we get a walking floor trailer system to haul a larger sustained load and get the dollars out of our fuel, means we're gonna have to pay for a tipping floor, means we're gonna have to look at a site large enough to not only dump our container to reload the walking floor, but at this point, the building we're in right now, you've got the north side of the recycle that building's hooked to.
Right.
You've got your floor compactor system with your box out here. And your open end with your scale house over here. This area with that opening is the only way commercial haulers can dump. Once it's dumped, because of the size of the building, until this trash is removed, you've got a commercial hauler or one of our roll-offs sitting there waiting. So, again, if we look at if this wasn't there, and we have full use of a larger tipping floor, and putting in the walking floor trailer, we're not only gonna save ourselves money, but the future of our operation as far as the service we provide and the timelines that we can get that material loaded are gonna speed up as well.
But we can't use the existing building with the semis, right, to reload. Our existing transfer station is not gonna accommodate the walking floor trailers swinging in and out of there,
No,
configuring
no.
and everything that
From
way.
what your engineer report said, the turning radius,
Right.
the tipping floor, the building, and I'm gonna get this wrong, a ramp area that the truck has to go down to be loaded off of the tipping floor, all of those things would have to be redesigned
Okay.
in order to make that operation doable. And that's where I'm of the belief and looking for direction from you as a commission. I'm of the belief that if we repair what we have currently, start working on a funding mechanism to fund an overhaul and pay for the new opening of those cells, that down the road, we can be in a position to start those projects and make them a 30-year sustainable new operation with walking floor trailers and a new tipping floor. But if we try to scab this in quickly, in 5 years, we'll outrun the thing. And it
We talked, I mean, as far as the ARPA money, we'd use, it. We've talked about that as far as using the ARPA money to do this.
I think we need to consider everything, like the compactor unit itself at each site, where we have 11 of them.
I believe
And they look like they're pretty aged. I mean, aren't they correct?
your compactors, yes, the
So
boxes too.
there's an issue. The boxes are an issue. The building's an issue. The entire operation's not running the best, I believe. I mean, we could do it better, right?
That's correct. I don't know how long the county has been on this system, but the system in and of itself, as far as the usefulness, it has run its course. And I think the engineers' cost estimates have proven that we need to start working towards an overall plan for the coming 25, 30 years of how we're going to handle this way.
So we just pretty much need a big concrete pad with a 2 ramps on each side, somebody can drive through it, dump, whatever, with open end where we can push the trash into a trailer, right? Correct?
You gotta have it where you back in, your end dumps back into the building and then they raise up. I mean, I went and looked at Garnett's. They said theirs isn't tall enough for
What they're getting hauled in.
they said the end dumps are getting taller. And he said if we was gonna build it again, you'd build it a little taller, like just 10 or 15 feet taller, so the end dumps don't hit.
And I think you'll find the damage that you're talking about, that twisted ivy, It's pretty tight space for commercial haulers.
I mean, once they got that end dump in the air, and they're catching at the roof of it when they're coming out, some of them.
Say we put a structure in Pleasanton that was, it wasn't a trash deal, but it was designed for rock, sand, and aggregates over there for Fabcon.
Panels from Fabcon?
No, we had guys come in and pour stem walls. Basically, we figured out with what we did over there that it was cheaper and it was more of a long-term solution for concrete stem walls, a pad, like you said, and concrete stem walls to separate those products. And then what we did was we came in at I think they were 8 or 10 foot tall, and we came in at that mark there, and then we put just a roof covering system over top of it. And I want to say the front end of that thing was 24 or 26 foot tall. They dump 40-foot gravel in dumps in there right now, and they're pretty close to touching right now. So it'd be the same with a 40-yard roll-off container. You'd want to make sure you cleared it, but they're 40 foot deep. But it was a pretty simple solution. It wasn't, it was expensive, but it wasn't a $200,000 or $300,000 building, I guess, and then have to pour concrete. We did a lot out of concrete and then put steel and a roof on top of it.
Arnett actually dumps or backs their walking forward trailer in there, which I think that's, and they don't like it either. I mean, they'd have to fix where you drove to, and then you're up there on your back wall where you dump it over. You know, I mean, they've got I don't know, what was 8 or 10 feet wall, probably isn't that tall, if you walk down the concrete wall, you're about even with the top of the trailer. The trailer sits on the back side.
Lower than the,
Yeah, you
lower than the
actually
pad,
drive
so
down in a pit.
that makes sense, right?
Where your walking forward trailer is, but the others back in, the commercial haulers back in on the other side. It's just an open-ended building. They back in and dump it. They line the concrete with sheet metal like he's talking about. Even if they got the stem wall there, they put metal there just to protect the concrete. And, I think Fort Scott's got one too, but I haven't looked at it. There's like it too. Everybody's went for that type of deal, or most everybody.
When Peppercorn was in, Jim, you said about possibly not relocating the scale house and scales. You know, I mean, if we find some things like that we can cut out, I think all of a sudden the new transfer station becomes more palatable.
Well, they even said that some commercial haulers had said that our scales are too close. They said they need moved, you know, to the building. I mean, I've had some commercial haulers I've talked to.
So what if we, you know, if we did move this, where we dump the trash and we put the scale house, we build, you know, we fix this outer wall or whatever, we do a basic room right here for your scale house. I mean, is that what you're saying? This building's too close?
They say even move the scales somewhere else away from here, and that's what Peppercorn was trying to say. And I even mentioned that when Peppercorn was here, starting a new, or tipping pour out back somewhere.
Right.
And he said that was an option we could do, and somewhere to put the scales too. You know, I mean, it'd take a few $1,000s, I mean, to move the scales. I'm sure of that. You're talking some money, but it isn't something that can't be done.
But I mean, when we talked about it originally, we kind of had this layout. You know, if we put in a new entrance on the other side of the noxious weed, set our scale house and our scales over here, and then brought them in and around and created.
And if you look at the photos that I gave you, I think they're,
What do you got?
and it is a very poor photo, I apologize, but there is a photo of that noxious weed building and the ground around it in order to,
Is there like some septic or something there?
well, there is a tank.
Do we need anything else from JR? I don't have them sitting here or standing. Where you guys want to?
Just what, if we move forward with fixing this building, what do we got to do? Go out for bids on it, or anyway?
I think you have to know what you want to bid on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think it'll be expensive enough that our policy will require it be bid. But you're gonna have to put together a pretty specific plan, you know, what kind of material, what kind of design, so forth.
And that's kind of over our guy's head of what I'd say with the metal and all that, wouldn't you? I mean,
As far as,
just doing the basic needs to restore this building a little bit and make it
That's over Randy's head, is that what you?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think you'd want your engineer to, or somebody like that to put together a design for you.
For just repairing?
No, I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, just
No, to
repair.
repair the building we're at now. I mean,
Okay,
just
for
go in there-
repair, I don't think that's I thought you were talking
No, I'm
about
talking
the
just
whole thing.
repairing the building we're at right now with that red iron and,
Then,
And we are gonna keep that building? We're not gonna, if we build a new transfer station, we're gonna keep the building that we have in the transfer station now?
I would assume we're gonna keep that structure and repurpose it, because if you took it out,
I think we'd have something.
you gain no more turning radius. Your truck coming in at a shallower turning radius.
Because
So
of
it
the office.
doesn't benefit you to use it for roadway purpose. If the steel
I'm just saying, what are we gonna use it for?
in my estimation, it would make the recycle area easier, cleaner, neater, and possibly be able to do more material like tires or other things that are laying in that area where the engineer said the tipping floor
Would be
the
put.
tipping floor would be put. I would not cancel out until we had an opportunity to go over a design, and look at it with the engineer and how that building would need to be repurposed.
I think it'd probably cost a little more than rather than the basic, restore of the metal on the outer walls to have to wall off that, tear it off, wall off, fix the roof where it's not going to catch wind, blow. I mean, you'd have to put some kind of wall up against it. I think that'd be more, wouldn't you, Jay? I mean,
Yeah, if you had to tear it down,
yeah.
you'd have to still put an end wall back in there, because I didn't look to see that little garage door I walked past. There's a possibility that that's not even a structural end wall. I don't know how that building was built. I didn't look that far in to see if that's an actual I-beam in at that 50-foot mark, or I don't know where the little walk-through garage door is to go into the cardboard room. I don't know if that might not be a structural end to that building there.
in terms of how you'd handle just the repair job, if you decide you're definitely going to repair, here's what I'd suggest. Ask JR if he's willing to put together a proposal for what needs to be done and what it would cost. It'll be a confidential proposal. It wouldn't be open to the public. He'd put that together. If it's cheap enough that we could do it as a one source thing, then you go with JR. If it's not, then you pay him something for his time to put that together, and you put it out for bids and let him bid on it with anybody else.
so you thinking that we need concrete too involved in this, and if we fixed it the way it should be?
Well, what I would like on my side of it is, since you guys do have Randy Page involved, there's going to have to be some tin work done to make the whole thing put back together, and a few things like that. And Randy's pretty well versed in a lot of that type of stuff. I got no problem with working with Randy. If, I'd be glad to work with Randy on putting together some sort of a proposal to do that. He could say, hey, I want to cut because I'm not for sure. He might recommend that you go up 12 feet and cut the tin off. Where I might take a hot saw and cut it off 6 foot up, something like that. I'm not a tin guy. So, and the concrete part of it, we would probably use, I've had several guys do it in the past, but Randy might have a guy too that he likes, that he's worked with. We'd have to get some sort of an estimate on that concrete we'd put up regular forms and dowel it into the floor.
But if we were just to say we're moving that entire operation out of there, and we were just wanting to do the basic of reconnect the tin and all that, I mean, is that where you guys are at? Or are you thinking?
That's where I'm at.
Say, if you're not going to use that no more, then I could take my Traco in there and we could take the breaker and break that back wall totally off, and it'd still be a deal where I'd need to speak with Randy on it, because I don't know what he wants to reattach. I mean, I could put the metal trim like they do down on the floor, but it'd still be somebody like him reattaching the tin. The beam would be no big deal. I could hold the beam up and actually replace the beam, but I still would recommend, even in that building, sonotube in that beam. I wouldn't leave that beam 100% exposed in there, even if you're going to use it as a future tipping floor. And if you didn't want to do the concrete, you could come on the inside and actually put up a steel sheeting minus the
Probably ought to
concrete.
fix it no matter what. I mean, whether we fix it with steel or whatever, just to stop it from happening again, because we're going to be a few months or years from waiting until we get something else fixed, or at least get the bid on it to see.
I'm for that, Jim. I don't want to, I mean, if we're going to be,
I know, but you don't want to stick a bunch of money in.
yeah,
Crystal Palace place. We definitely need
some repairs.
24, 36 months.
You understand what we're after, I mean, to fix it back to where, you know,
Come
protect
up
it.
with a long-term solution to this problem.
If you're going to stay dumping in it for very long at all, putting new tin on it is not going to solve the problem.
Yeah.
So you're either going to have to go with some sort of a steel berm that they could push against if you're just going to clean it up. I mean, we could build you a 4-foot stem wall out of steel that bolts down if you didn't want to put the concrete back in.
Right, wherever they push against.
Yeah, something to push against. You can't just clean it up and then put back. It'll be in the same shape within no time.
Right.
With that, so you got to protect the new some way, and that's what I was getting at with the the beam. If you're going to put a stem wall back in, I would set the beam on top of that. I wouldn't encase the beam. I just put it on top of the stem wall. Stem wall might not be too expensive, compared to some of the, you'd have 10 costs going all the way back down. I mean, we could do it a couple different ways, but I would still think that working with Randy on the deal would be fine by me to get some of his input on it. I could definitely make it to where it's bulletproof, but if you're not wanting to make it for that type of bulletproofness, then probably should get him involved.
Okay. I think we,
So
Let
you
him-
would,
Getting Randy involved in it and let you guys take a look at it.
They just
Yep.
have him get a hold of me, or I can get a hold of him, or whatever, or Sean, me and him and Sean can all meet over there and kind of get a plan put together, I guess, and then Sean or Randy or somebody whatever, bring it back to you or something.
how do you guys want to do that with, because I'm sure you'd want to bid on it.
Mm-hmm.
Should we just pay him as a different, like pay him?
I'd recommend you just pay him as a consultant like you are Randy, if they're gonna work together on it, if you're open to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way they put together a package and then he can bid on it like everybody else.
You good with that?
I'm fine with that.
okay.
So do we need anything on that?
Probably need a motion to authorize, him to work as a consultant, for whatever number of hours it takes to put this proposal together.
Do we want one, like just to make the building usable for the rest of this time and future, or do we want a proposal to make this our future?
I'd like to see us move ahead with the walking forward trailer myself. I mean, I'm just to get it.
So I don't want to make this our future.
Well, there are issues in the photo that I turned to. If you look at, and we talked about the noxious weed building, turning radius, if we were to go out, you'll see the elevation changes. You're going to run into those old cells, and you're going to run into permit areas. We need to consider where that, if we opened that up and tried to take that noxious weed building out, right behind there, I don't know what's underneath it. We're going to have to get with Al and find out what's been filled over, because building a roadway out there isn't building a roadway on top of just pulling some dirt out and putting gravel back in. There are implications about the different elevations and the cells there that I can't tell you because I don't know the historical nature.
So what are we looking at here on these pictures?
The one that I pulled up, what we're seeing is,
What, I mean, are we on the, so
this is the
that's the
structure
noxious
south.
weed?
No,
South.
that's south of there.
Noxious weed there.
Noxious weed starts here, and this is the raised area that I'm talking about, that if we came in and we talked about going around that building, that it may not be an opportunity because we're gonna run into those old cells.
You're talking
But
about.
we're right. We've got how many feet right here on the backside of that building?
On the backside of here,
So this is the noxious weed building, correct?
Yeah.
yes,
and-
correct,
And that building is used for what?
nothing. There's nothing in that building.
But what I'm saying is why do we have to have everything squared off? Why can't we just come in at an angle?
Angle the roadway and come in. That may be a possibility, but
You're talking these elevations.
what I
right
don't
here.
know about
Right.
is the
Rolling
distance
hills kind
between
of.
that building and that.
And I see what we're talking about with the elevation right there, but I'm just,
You was talking because it starts rolling, the hills start rolling. Is that what you're?
Yes, and I believe it's the edge of the cell work. So when we talk about whether or not we long-term this building and the turning radius, that's the part I don't know. What I'm trying to point out is if we did try to do anything more long-term than just repair this building to get us to the point we can come up with a new tipping floor and a new design, I don't know what the implications of that area here is.
and what I'm saying is what if the road just is kind of at an angle there instead of being squared? You know, you bring them in.
Like just bring it in like.
Yep.
With that other building, you may even be able to go even further like this.
Right.
But that, again, we need to look at the permit areas
Okay.
and the groundwork and find out what's below that ground and can we put a road on it?
Okay.
That's the part where you may be perfectly fine. I don't know. I don't, until we look at it, have someone tell me where that permit area begins and where we can work. That's the part of the plan or the option that I can't speak on.
If we move the scales back to here and build our tipping, our floor over here, you know, where they came across the scales, then came into the house.
Is this just a holding tank right here? Is that just holding, or does it have? It don't have a lateral fill on it, does it?
No. My understanding, that's the holding tank and any lateral field goes to, or not lateral field, I'm sorry. We had looked at taking that building and moving it over to that one cell lagoon, which is over in there.
That lagoon.
Mm-hmm. And that's also where the drainage from the tipping floor, where the engineer talked about bringing all of that and putting it in that lagoon cell. In that area also, you're gonna,
Out there by that back fence, the elevation starts to fall off, doesn't it? Would there be a lot? Say we did build a building right here, back here. Isn't there a bunch of tires here, and doesn't the vinyl grade fall off really bad right in here?
yes, and from what Al's telling me, where the tires are at now is a permitted monofill. So
Got to stay on this side of the fence.
if we were to, there's either a past monofill there or a permitted for a new monofill there. But that's where all your sidewall cutout tires were allowed to be dumped or are when that other area fills up. So we may have some permit implications if we go too far to the east of that building.
Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. Do you guys want to move forward with getting JR to meet with him and
Yes.
get a proposal on just doing the basic repairs? Is that where we're at? Is that where?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine.
So I'll make a motion that we, or do you already have a motion made up?
Well, I'm not positive if I have what you want. Authorize Sherry to act as a consultant to develop a plan to repair the existing transfer station building. Is that what we're looking for?
Pretty much.
A couple different options.
Yep.
Are you good with that?
Nope.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. I think that's.
Thank you, JR.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, guys.
If you don't meet with me or need me anymore, I will meet with JR and we
Yeah.
can discuss it.
I guess our next step would be, do you guys, we've got a bunch of, I mean, it's really kind of hard to do without having Al here to talk about it, don't you guys think?
Yeah. And I mean,
Would it be
I
beneficial?
think we need to be able to look at the layout and see what our possibilities are out there. as well.
Bring in the overview, and then we can bring Alan and look at, he can describe all those, overlay the permitted areas and cells onto that. And I can try to get you some measurements hard on the ground of what we're talking about from the building to the elevation rise.
Okay.
Those things, I can try to bring that back into you, and maybe have a better discussion on it.
Would it be beneficial if we just started or ended a meeting out there on a Monday and got all our eyes on it? Would you guys rather, I mean, how you guys feel
I
about
would
that?
be good with that. I'm gonna understand it better if I'm looking at how it's going instead of just pictures. I mean, an aerial photo though, but we can't see our grade changes and things that way.
Well, we need to know how big a building we're gonna need. I mean, so, and then go off the measurements of theirs so we know how much room we have.
I think it'd be beneficial if we just kind of ended a meeting out there in the next few weeks with Al. And we just, if, we talked about our questions, our concerns, his professional input on, what we can and can't do per KDHE and things like that. I think that would kind of help us all get on the same page, wouldn't you? How do you feel about that?
Agree perfectly. The only other thing I add is, we discussed it, but I would like, your permission to go ahead and work with Alan.
Yeah.
They are, as far as looking at the cost on those containers as well.
Okay.
Just not the replacement cost, but the repair costs, so that we can keep that in operation for the foreseeable future.
So what about if you give you another week or so to do that, on the 17th, we end the meeting out there and we answer our questions if we're going to, are we going to keep it here or, just kind of answer a bunch of questions that we all have and go from there. And we'll have Alan, yourself and JR and Randy Page or whoever else in there, and we can all just talk. You guys good with that?
Perfect.
I am.
I'm good with it.
So on the 17th, we can figure that?
Sounds good to me. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
All right. Guess we'll continue into the health department. We talked a little bit ago and read another letter of recommendation it was from Annie Roberts, and she acts as a advisory board member. So is there anything you girls want to add out here, say, to start this off, or do you guys got any input, any questions or concerns or?
Danielle, I'm the registered nurse at the health department. Nice to see you guys. Both Amanda and I are Linn County residents. Our kids go to school here. We want to better improve the community. We would be the perfect fit to help improve our health department, promote more activities, be able to do more for our community. We just feel like we can make it thrive and would be a wonderful fit for it. So that's just it in general.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Danielle. What are you guys thinking on this?
Are they here to negotiate with us on those things, or does that need to be done in executive session? Or,
Well,
You're gonna get into talking about individuals and their capabilities or negotiations with someone. I think we probably want to do that in executive session. things like the job descriptions would not necessarily be, that's, just because you're not talking about a specific employee necessarily when you do that. So these are what I tried to work up with some adjustments we made today after Gary and Jim both found some errors in the way I had the first one.
And have they read these? Have they?
I sent Amanda a copy, it didn't have corrections, or I think maybe I sent you one with some corrections this morning, but.
And I think there was really only one thing on there that I thought that needed tweaked.
But I mean, my opinion anyway, the actual job description would be an open session issue because you're not talking about a specific employee there, you're talking about duties of the job.
You guys know where I stand. I would like to try to work with the individuals and come up with an agreement to continue the health department the way it's going, and then maybe add or delete some of the stuff, whatever we got to do to make it run how they want it and how we want it, and so everybody's on the same page. It's a issue that we've been dealing with, well, almost since I've been sitting here my entire commissioner time. So I think it's something that we need to get a handle on. And I don't know if that's to move those girls into the positions that they want. They've been there. They know how to run it. They're professional. I mean, I've worked with them a lot and talked to them a lot, and I think that they're the best fit. So that's where I'm at. I'd like to negotiate with them and try to come to an agreement to move them up. And I mean, we always say we want to do what the people want. The people, I mean, they've told us what they want, and we've got 2 or 3 letters of recommendation stating the same exact thing. So how do you guys feel?
I'm ready to negotiate with them.
Jim?
We're gonna go talk about it.
Yep. Do you guys want to go over anything on these job descriptions, or?
I don't have any areas of concern.
So now it's time to try to make a deal, I guess. Is that where we're at? So we probably need to go into executive session and try to,
I'd say that at this point, you want to go into executive session for personnel to discuss specific employees and the terms of their employment.
how long do you want? Start with
20 minutes, 10 apiece.
So, do that. Do you want to go in and talk yourself?
That's what I was thinking, maybe
first, and then talk to both of these ladies that are interested, or how do you?
maybe going for 30 minutes, we talk, we figure out where each of us are at, and then we bring them in, each in individually.
Okay. So 30 total.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 30 minutes total, 10 with just the commission, and then 10 with, do I need to state their names, Gary?
It's fine to, but you don't have to. I'll have it in the minutes when different ones come and go, so.
We'll bring them in as we need them. So 30 minutes legal to discuss, or personnel, to discuss the health department.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll make a motion that we go back to executive session for personnel for 15 minutes with Danielle.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we did have some action from executive session. I have David read it to us.
Okay, so based on what was discussed in the executive session, I prepared a motion for you if this is what you're ready to do. So I would need someone to move to hire Amanda Snyder as the director of the health department / department head at a salary of $50,127 per year, which is range 13, step B, in an exempt position. And to hire Daniel Casey as the head nurse at a wage of $33.1870 per hour, which is range 17, step E, both effective today.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved and seconded. Any more discussion on it? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ladies.
ladies.
We're excited to work with you. Okay.
I
Perfect.
think we were kind of talking early May, probably somewhere in there, and give us a little time and give you guys a month or so of working to come up with ideas.
All right, thank you.
So I think the other one we had that was the major thing left was talking about the senior center.
Yep.
Looks like Sean gave us some estimates on considering the health department as a destination for the seniors mill site. And they listed a list of things that it would need, and looks like their estimated number is 28,000 to make that work. And then they did the same thing for the Mima's Cafe there in Pleasanton, the building that we went and looked at. And it looks like their estimate for that is 10,200.
I'm sorry, the 28 was on the building we're in now?
No, the health
The health
department.
department.
Oh,
The other end of the health department. Is Sean around?
Looks like it's a turn of 30 by 30 space in there into the room for them. How big is that addition? Is that the whole addition?
I don't know if that leaves room in it or not.
Sean, can you explain to us kind of where you guys came up with that, like out there at the health department, making that second part of that new addition? Is that taking up the entire space? Is that going to leave the health people their storage area? I mean, what needs to happen out there?
That, to my understanding, is making a large meeting room with a kitchenette to one wall.
And it would be,
And the-
it would be taking about half the space. So it's 69 foot, 6 inches wide and 30 foot deep
So that leaves them half storage up back there yet.
still. Yep.
And the bathrooms are in a joint hallway just off of that storage area.
Yep.
They'd be sharing with the health department on bathrooms?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, that would be a combined usage area.
And what about Mima's? That's just the basic stuff to make it redo a few bathrooms, make a bathroom bigger. Sheetrock, paint, stuff like that.
That's my understanding, yes.
In your time frame on the health department, did you guys come up with one? How long would it take to get all that done?
I couldn't give you a time frame on either. Both projects would require us to probably get one or more subs in there, and you're going to have electrical, plumbing, sheetrock.
where I'm at is I'm with Mima's. You guys asked me one time why change it if that's not what they want, and I proved why we needed to change it because of the building's condition. Now the people want the Mima's, they don't want to go to the health department, so that'd be my fight. Is the people they have to move. The building's not sufficient for them. If you read last week's paper, they did a few interviews on some people, and they all stated their opinion, and I don't know if any of them are in favor of the health department. So I'm not in favor of the health department. I think it's too far out of the way. I think it's
How do we fund it?
I don't know.
We have money to fund this, the 28,000, David, in the senior.
I don't think we have,
You said 30,000.
we've got, equipment reserve. Yeah, we do have a little over 30,000 in the equipment reserve for that fund for elderly / transportation, which is all under the elderly fund.
I think we still have a
So
van purchase on a percentage that would have to come out of that same fund at some
We
point.
just took some out of there not long ago.
But there's another van on order whenever it gets here,
I wasn't.
a smaller van.
Comes out of that or comes out of that equipment?
Correct.
Our match part.
The match part of it.
Say the one we just got, the net that we paid for out of that fund for it was just over 7,000. Because we actually paid out 66,365 and then we got reimbursed 73,739.
Mm-hmm.
that's already out of there.
But yeah, that's already gone in and out of that fund. That was just, well, roughly a month ago when all that happened.
So would it be a good guess that the next one would be about the same amount? Is that what you're thinking?
The next one will be a smaller van, but the conversion cost on it, I would have to think that it's going to be in that neighborhood.
We have our ARPA funds we could dip into. I mean, we dipped into it to give people's a little more money on their internet bill. I think we could at least do that for our elderly and get this thing taken care of. This issue's been going on for 3 years. And I've put a lot of time and effort in on it, and
Well, I think the other thing to remember though, when you're talking about this too, is these were repairs or modifications to buildings. This does not count the purchase price of the building. I mean, most building we have.
Take another, whatever it takes to purchase it.
Just something to keep in mind on how much of these tons you're talking about using.
How do you feel, Jason?
I like the idea of Mima's more than the health department. Once again, I think it's all a matter of how we're going to fund it and pay for it is my hang up.
Well, I think we can come there paying for just using the health department myself, you know. You know how we'll pay for it.
has anybody talked to the health department to see
Nope.
if that's what their opinion is on it?
I don't know who all has storage items in that area or what the plan would have to be for those items. That's something I never inquired of.
Would this be a space that would just be available to the seniors, or would it be a space for other kinds of meetings that the county might host or might allow?
The other buildings, different places, they use them for different things.
I know at Parker, that center.
Blue Mound,
Yeah.
Mound City.
But does Mountain City have a community center that they can? I don't want to compete against the city on trying to.
The only community center I think is the one the bank has, that little one down there behind the bank.
Yeah, I don't think.
And the other community center.
I don't think there's anything else. Nothing of any size.
Pleasanton, of course, has a community center, as we know.
I think this would be. I would be in favor of just being a building for them, for our elderly to congregate at for Meals on Wheels.
What's the asking price on the Nemo's building?
I think they said 80, but I was going to see if they had any wiggle room before we made a.
I'm sure you'd want to make an offer, but if you took an $80,000 purchase
85
price.
is what I wrote down.
$85,000 purchase price plus $10,000 in modifications, that brings you $95,000. And subtract 28,000, that tells you how much more you're paying for the Meemaw site, right?
Yep.
Just what, 70? Can't do it in the head anymore.
It would be. Has anybody talked to area on aging to see if that? I mean, is there any rules or laws against that being next to a health department or in the same building or insurance? I mean,
I didn't even broach that subject with them because I thought we were looking at Meemaws. That's what I talked to the area on aging about.
I think there's some health and environment or
There's some permitting that has to be done.
need some inspections and permitting, and it probably wouldn't hurt to talk to some of those people before any remodel is done to make sure it's being done correctly too.
I know we have to pull a restaurant license permit deal or whatever that is. That's the only one I know of.
I believe you're correct.
On either place.
Yeah.
Need to do those things.
How much of that storage space out there at the health department right now is taken up, or how much of that space has storage stuff on it? The whole thing.
There's storage spread across the entirety, but how much is actually, if you were to line the shelving up and properly set it out, I'd say best guess somewhere over 2/3 of the area, leaving you plenty of room to pull vehicles in the garage doors. So, I mean, without counting the area that you would pull into it in the garage door area, what's available for storage and shelving is probably about 2/3 full. And that's a guess from the last time I was in there.
The garage doors on the north end of the building?
That's correct.
Yes.
I mean, would we have to put any escape windows or anything like that? I mean, there's no windows in the entire building, right?
There would have to be a door to the east, and I would assume we would want to add a window or two along that east wall in order to give it daylight or view.
That's not on here.
That's not on there. It's just access.
Where I'd like to go with it is try to negotiate with the owners of the Mima's building and utilize ARPA funds to make up the difference in price to get our elderly into it.
Can we look at selling other property? Do we have other things we could liquidate?
I think that our next question would be what we're going to do with the old building.
But I don't think we're not gonna sell it to pay for this.
I don't think we'd sell to pay for it, but maybe able to sell it. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty close to the next house, you know. I don't know if they'd be willing, I mean, if they'd be interested or not, but somebody maybe. We don't have any really other any use for it. I think it needs to.
Need to make a decision on the airport as well. Could we look at selling a part of it or something off of it, or doing something that way? My only hang up on the ARPA funds is when I look at the solid waste deal, I don't see us having, I think we've got a use for all those ARPA funds
Yeah, but I think,
myself. And that's just, I'm just telling you how I feel.
I'm for moving ahead with the health department, see what it takes and make sure we're permitting things. Check on that and see what we can do. That's our cheapest option.
is there anything holding us to keeping the hay ground around the airport?
Now, you can split off that acreage and, no, if you want to. I mean,
Is there like a setback from the runway we'd have to be or something?
oh, you'd want to maintain a little bit of a cushion there, yeah, but I don't think there's any legal requirement other than just the county zoning setbacks for structures or whatever. But, and that would solve your problem of paying taxes on that too. If you don't have any potential county use for that.
How many acres are there hayable, or that's on that hay that we'd be able to, if we,
There's two pieces, 177 point some odd acres, and I can't remember what the other one may have been, less than 20.
Yeah, I think the contract for the hay ground calls the hay ground 57 acres, but I don't know where they got that. I might be wrong about that, but
I think it's important that we do some of the elderly ASAP. I mean, we all seen what's going on there. I think that I agree with you that the landfill is a massive
Undertaking.
but
Yeah.
I think that we have a massive issue in front of us with our elderly, and we take care of them, and then we budget, we figure out ways to maybe, even something like, I'm not saying just sell that land off, but maybe that's an option to
Swap
get
out.
our numbers back up to where we feel a little more comfortable. That's where I would be at. I think that, as everybody knows, our elderly, they rely on that spot a lot. I mean, it's kind of their spot. I don't think we can take that from them. I think we have to give them the whole entire time they thought I was against them, but I was for them. I think they see that now. And
just to clear something up, I said it is 70 acres of hay ground, not 54.
I think we're giving them a brand new building here and we could fix it up really nice and wouldn't have to worry about things happening to us. It's,
You're talking about the health department still
yeah,
doing.
health department.
I just don't think we can take our elderly and put in a health department sharing a bathroom with, I mean, sick people go out there.
Was it sharing a bathroom? He's got plumbing and things in there. Is it actually sharing the bathroom or was they going to put in?
That plan calls for sharing the bathroom that would be on the south wall of the room that's being built through a
How many
hallway.
bathrooms are in there?
I believe there's a male-female bathroom just outside the area we're talking about building in. So that plan itself would be sharing a bathroom.
These,
That's a kitchen.
and then these are bathrooms.
Yeah. That's like a kitchen area, has like a sink and stuff in it.
And then there's a public bathroom right there.
No, that goes outside. It's like a
Oh,
hallway.
this one.
Oh, yeah.
Even if we had to put bathrooms in it, even if we did that, it'd be cheaper yet. I mean, if we did have to put extra bathroom.
I'm not for sure about the plumbing accommodations that are there or what it would cost. If they're not there, obviously it would cost more.
Right.
But if they're there, they could be accommodated. I just don't know what was put in when the floor was put in.
Gary, do we make how can we make a motion? I don't want to make a motion to say go and purchase it. I'd like to try to make an offer to them.
Well, the first thing you need to do is go into an executive session for the purpose of the initial discussion on the purchase of real estate and decide what kind of offer you would want to make, but you don't, because that's something you can do in an executive session. And then you come out and you authorize someone in a vote to negotiate with them and make the offer that you have determined is reasonable. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
When I think of the health department and moving them out there, I don't think they want to be there. From that standpoint, I think, if we're gonna spend money on a building they don't want to be at, why wouldn't we just transport them over here to Mound City and do something that way instead of sending them out to the health department?
Take more money to get them over here and your son and delete that up pretty fast to what we'd spend there, I believe.
That building listed with the realtor, or is it for sale by?
For sale by owner.
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session for 15 minutes for land accusation. Is that what it is?
Yes, initial discussion of land acquisition.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I would make a motion that I'd make a motion that you guys allow me to go talk to continue this on and go talk to the owners of the Mima's building in Pleasanton and try to negotiate try to come to a number that we all agree on and try to purchase this building for our elderly. And that's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moving second. Any more discussion?
I think we need to move forward with the health department's what I think. I think we're spending taxpayer money here. And I think we'd give them a nice building there for a lot less money.
All right, we'll have a motion on the table to allow me to go to speak with the owners. That's a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 2-1. Looks like next week we have the update on the digital radio plan. The CDBG hearing.
STARS program. Their grant.
Is that what that is?
Yes.
Or do you know if they're gonna come in?
I don't know.
We knocked out a few tabled items this week. Got a few workshops put on the schedule for building codes and such.
Yep.
We got a plan for the health department.
Started.
And we got the senior center, we got it moving forward. Digital fires next week. So some of our big.
Do we want to go ahead and start addressing the airport next week?
I think so, yeah. Try to
Plans, options.
see which direction we want to go with it and what our, do you know when the next airport board meeting is?
Not, we have scheduled. Those are not on a set agenda or schedule that they're as needed.
All righty. Thank you, Gary.
I'll probably stop.
So I guess next week you guys just want to bring questions, concerns, ideas on the airport and try to get moving in a direction where we all think it should go or.
Yep.
And we got the plans for the county buildings. Do you guys think that'd be too much in one day to do that airport and that? Or Sean, where are you guys at on plans for the county buildings? Would you be ready to talk about it tomorrow or next week?
Plans for which building?
All of them.
Those over there.
I can let David know, but Gary and I need to have a meeting to come up with a little more detailed information on some of the options we have. So
We'll just hold off on that then.
yeah, if you'll give me another week after that, I think I can come in with a more fluent plan or.
Then, it's the 17th we set the meeting out there at the landfill, right?
Yep.
I think that takes care of all of the table items and a lot of them moving in the right direction. Is there anything else you guys want to discuss next week that's high on the list. Jim, you got anything?
I don't have anything.
Let's roll with that.
All right, a report it is. All right, well, I think that covers everything today. I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
All right.
Teresa Miller, thank you for the envelope openers.
There were three of them. It's more trash.